What up, everybody, and welcome to Late Night Live number 133. I hope everybody is having a wonderful evening slash morning slash whatever time it is for you. I know people are in here from all the world. Whoa! Lurker James in the house? What's going on, James? Long time no see. How you doing, man? I feel like I can feel the sarcasm in your yay monoline. Yo, James, Lurker Leon was here last week. And while I'm mentioning lurkers, what up to all my lurkers in the audience? How you doing? Hope you guys are well. Welcome in. What's going on, Skeet? How you doing? Yes, monoline. You're not cooking in the kitchen this time. You tend to always cook around 9 p.m. on Tuesday evening, it seems. Hello, Ojaswini. Welcome, welcome. Yes, so today we are doing monoline. There are, I would say, two families of letters that I don't want to say actively avoided, because I don't avoid practicing them, but I don't practice them very often, admittedly. I intentionally, kind of just practice other things instead. It's not that I avoid them, I just do other things. The first of those would be engrosser script capitals, which we're not doing today, but that's one of the styles that I do not practice very often at all. I practice engrosser script lowercase a lot more than I do capitals. And then the other one, which is what we are doing today, and you saw it's in the live title, business penmanship uppercase, business penmanship capitals. I think the reason for this sort of what I choose to do and what I choose not to do comes down to, well, business penmanship lowercase, not super different from ornamental penmanship lowercase. So there's some crossover there. And normally, I like to focus on ornamental penmanship capitals. Same if I do engrosser script lowercase, I can use ornamental penmanship capitals with those. Sort of like that would be like a Monterey script or a freeform round hand type of style. I've always sort of done it that way. So I've spent very little time in my history of doing penmanship focusing on business penmanship capitals or engrosser script capitals. So today, I decided I'm changing it. I'm dedicating some time to get to some business penmanship capital practice. All that being said, I do some business penmanship capital practice, just not a lot. We are writing also on lined paper today. So many things changing up. Hello, James. How you doing? Nice to see you. Howdy to you as well. Yes, we are using lined paper today. I dug out an old pad of Rhodia iced paper, which I'm quite a fan of, but I haven't used in a long time, and it is so very smooth, and I like it. So I'm going to be using that and a fountain pen. At one point, I might get my dip pen and go, but today we're going to be using, this is a Mahjong A2, I believe, A2, fountain pen, cheap from China, but the cartridge inside is a Pilot Vanishing Point cartridge with a custom ground nib from Custom Nib Studio. Normally this is in my Black Bamboo Vanishing Point, but this pen itself is a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit lighter than that one, so I'm going to use this one for practice. Newsprint and ballpoint. I don't think you're alone in that, James. I just don't like ballpoint basically ever. I pretty much never like writing with a ballpoint. I know so many penmen really like using, even like the classic Bic, like Marcus Carlini and others love the classic blue cap Bic disposable pen. And I've never been a fan. I don't like the way writing with a ballpoint looks. I think it feels fine, but I don't like the way it looks. So I'm a purist when it comes to the fountain pen or dip pen. I think newsprint because of it's just soft. the little bit of texture but soft paper, yeah, and glidey ball. Glidey ballpoint. No, and I think that's the thing. I mean, it's if I could turn off my eye that wants a clean hairline, then it probably wouldn't be as bothersome, but I can't. So ballpoints drive me nuts. Even like here, I know I keep talking, I haven't got started writing. Even this, like this is a ballpoint, this is one of my gels. This is my favorite note-taking pen ever. It's the Uniball Uniball 1, but with a Uniball Signo I believe 2.8 millimeter refill in it. And it's super nice and fine, but I don't like it for penmanship as much because, as you can see, for the amount of pressure that I put, or lack thereof, it won't give me a line all the time. I wish this did, because I would practice with this more often, but I don't want to apply any pressure at all on the paper, ever, no matter what tool I'm using. So these don't work for me, unfortunately, for penmanship practice. They work for notes, but not penmanship practice. So we go fountain pen. Now, this might be a little too bright. I might tone this down just a smidge. Is that better, maybe? You guys let me know if you like or not. Hello, Lori. 2 weeks in a row. Do some ovals to get my arm warmed up. Whoa, what's going on there? Lori and James, what's going on today? Somebody go buy a lottery ticket. It's a special day. Groovy tunes today. Hello, Lisa Spencer. Welcome, welcome. Ah, you're here from Rajiv's channel. Yes, I'm assuming there will be a couple people in here. Some people coming in. Some of my new YouTube folk who watched Rajiv's video. Super fun video. If you haven't watched it yet, it is long, but it's a fun one. I wish I could sit down and just do things with Rajiv literally every day because it's an absolute blast. Any YouTubers I recommend who focus on left-handed calligraphy? Okay, you read a book that discouraged pursuing left or calligraphy if you're left-handed. I will say, ignore that book, burn it, throw it away. There are some incredibly talented left-handed writers. John DeColobus, for example, he's an incredible ornamental penman. Oh, my brain. People in the chat help me out here as well, because there are a lot, and I'm just being put on the spot and forgetting people. I know we mentioned a couple in Rajiv's video as well, but there are so many good left-handed penmen. It's just about technique. The biggest thing I'll say, Lisa, I won't get too derailed here, but with the left-hander, it's all kind of depends on if you're a left-handed underwriter, if you're a left-handed, I call it a pusher, but somebody who writes and pushes straight across, or if you have a hook and to what degree that hook is. And depending on how you write, some people will write as an underwriter completely fine. If you're somebody who pushes, there are people who will turn the paper at a completely different angle. Like if I have a hook, you could write this way, so people almost write towards themselves, basically almost upside down. Some people will write directly like so. It takes some interesting sort of practice and training on to find what works for you, but there are countless sort of different options that you can try, and guaranteed you can stumble or train yourself for one of them to work and then move forward that way. But it is, never listen to anybody that says it's not possible, because it 100% is. especially if you're doing like a monoline type script. But if you're not doing monoline, it's just about the angle of your writing. Whoa, whoa, whoa! James, really? I didn't know UK Mike was lefty. Wait, I feel like I should have known that. Okay, so Mike McCrudgington, he's on my Discord if you want to jump on the Discord and ask him a question there. He's left-handed, apparently. I didn't know that. And I feel like I did know that and I'm just forgetting, but he does incredible ornamental penmanship work right now. So there are lots. Yoonhae, on Instagram, I think she has a YouTube as well, but I don't know what it is. Awesome left-handed writer. If other people in the chat, again, if you know left-handed people, put them in the chat so we can find them. Rajiv and I did basically an intro to calligraphy video. We filmed it while I was in New York in January, and it just came out a couple days ago. Basically, just talking through some tools and tips and just getting started and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I would believe you, James, Jay. I feel like if I knew that, I forgot that. I want that to be true just because he's so good. He's the perfect person that I can send left-handed people to. But yeah, okay, so I had no idea. I've never seen... Wow. I never, like, seen that in his... I guess he doesn't post videos or photos of his hand before. I know he is getting his camera and everything and set up ready so he can start recording videos and things like that of his writing, which will be super, super awesome. Oh, I let my nib dry out here. I'm not supposed to do that. Dip it in water just a little bit. Yep, Diego, Diane Dual Pen, he writes with both hands. He'll come, he's in the chat here sometimes. He's on vacation, I believe, right now, so he probably won't be in today. Yeah, being a left-hander is definitely not a reason to not pursue or enjoy penmanship and calligraphy. That is for sure. Alright, let's do some reversed ovals here. I really feel like I should have known that UK Mike was left-handed. I'm certain I've been told that before. Probably by him, actually. I think I become forgetful. Tuesday at 9 p.m. I think all facts leave my brain, and then I don't remember anything. Not honestly sure why many are on Instagram and not YouTube. YouTube takes a lot more you got a lot more production has to go into the videos. Instagram, just shoot the occasional little photo or quick little thing. It's not quite as intense, I think. I'm hoping to get back into the habit of making actual YouTube videos and not just my lives. My lives won't be going anywhere, but I need to get some actual videos on the platform as well. All right, so like I said, today we are doing business penmanship capitals. What made me decide to do business penmanship capitals today, you ask? Well, I got this book recently. I acquired this book, Mill's Business Penmanship. I have their 2 versions of this book. I have the previous one, and going through this, here I'm actually gonna, unfortunately, something that's never actually happened before. I purchased this book. There is no string that binds it. So somebody must have taken it apart to, I'm assuming, scan it, because none of the pages are attached. But luckily there's no damage, so I can, technically with a needle and thread, I can restitch this book up, which would be great. But for now, I can open it, and I will probably scan it as well, because I don't believe there's a scan of this version of this book on the internet currently. There could be, I could be mistaken. But I was going through this one, and I really like the way that in this specific book, Mills breaks down with these exercises here, going through his capitals. So I'm going to be following this one. Hello, Binny. Happy belated birthday. Yeah, we're just going to go through, and I'm going to work on some capital letters. This right here is a page from that book, not an actual page. I scanned it real quick before the stream today and just printed it out, so I had a little sort of reference sheet that I could compare my work to as I'm going. So we're going to start off with the capital A, where he says to start with direct ovals, and then just do that stroke, and then do that asymmetrical oval, and then to do this large, and then to do like so. You can read exactly what he says. Copy 1. Practice the different steps leading to the capital A. Curve the first part of the letter, but make the upward line almost straight. Under curve, lower half of that oval. An A should be nearly closed at the top. I didn't realize this before. Not actually closed at the top, which is fascinating. Yeah, so let's do it. Hello, Mr. Grimes. How's it going, David? Could somebody put in UK Mike's not on YouTube, but he's on Instagram. Ah, David, you watched Rajiv and I's video. Fun. That was such a fun... Hanging out with Rajiv is such a good time. Okay. I do some ovals first. Wonderful. Hello, Peter. How's it going? Ooh, there's so much activity and people in the chat today. This is awesome. Welcome, everybody. Now with the capital A, I know I tend to make my A too angled, so we're gonna have to do a lot of reference back to his form. One way I could call it cheat, for lack of a better word, would be, if I rotate my paper like this, then I can do a much more, whoops, too long, but a much more sitting straight up A, but I don't want to turn my paper every time I'm doing an A. So I gotta get used to making that form without rotating my paper. Right, UK Mike will certainly be watching the replay, so how's it going, Mike? Curve and straight. Now, how's that angle-wise to what he does? Yeah, it's more vertical than me. Which, I'm not super hung up on getting the exact same writing angle as Mills. It's not as important to me, but I know my A is more angled than my other letters, so that's what it's kind of gotta look like. To the OG replay watchers, of course, we gotta say hello to everybody. What's going on, Z? How you doing? Ah, you're not that late. 21 minutes, and technically I've just been blabbing for the last little while, so you always think about making them boxy in the upper left. So in this area, so you think of doing, I mean, this is an exaggeration, but like getting that type of a going up there so that they can, that makes sense. Yeah, it's always like I just want to do this. I want it to be so long naturally from doing like an ornamental penmanship one. It's weird though, because I don't do my ovals that angled, so it's always interesting to me that that's how I write my A's, but my ovals are on the slant I want. But for some reason it's like from this point to this point, that down, transitioning into that upstroke, always feels not uncomfortable, but feels like it wants to keep going to the left. Everybody's here tonight. Tonight is a late night live party. I'm gonna have tea to celebrate the late night live party. OZ, do you have your die? I said it's always there, so it better be here. In this pocket. Hiya! Always. Gotta have it. Oh, I rolled a 2. If anybody has a die, roll your die. I'm curious, what'd you get? Do I use it for making important decisions? I use it for making all kinds of decisions. They're not often super important. I don't like to leave important things to chance, but when I'm making a decision that I can't decide, you let the die decide. Or often it's just like a fidget thing. I just like having it in my hand. A 3! You beat me. Where's my totem? What totem? Am I forgetting something? Oh! Wait, so Z, you weren't gonna go? I didn't think you were going. Is the die what tipped the scale to go to Iamphith? If so, that's epic. And that makes me super happy. Oh, it's the spinning top is over there. It's not charged up. It's out of frame at the moment. I realize I've changed my face cam a fair bit, and I was gonna have like things on my desk behind me, like the hourglass and the spinning top, but You can't really see anything back there anymore. Roll a 6 and you're going. And you rolled a 6. That's incredible. I absolutely love that. I'm stoked that you're going, Z. That's wicked. Gotta get used to that shape. Yeah, it's making that turn right there. That's okay. I mean, you can be on the fence. You can always cancel. You can book stuff and you can always change your mind. "11 a.m. Well, good morning to you. It's gonna be such a fun convention this year. Okay, now I'm gonna do this 2 lines high. Is that the right shape? Sorry. Moving things. And it could be a little more round on the bottom. Okay. A 6 is not that easy. I love that you rolled a 6 and you booked an Airbnb. That makes me so happy. I feel like, Jay, you just have to book it, or you just have to roll now. The scary part with rolling, well, and this is the interesting thing about the die. If you roll and it's not a 6 and you're disappointed, then you know you want to go and you can just book it anyways. You don't have to do what the die says. The die will help you know. It will help you learn what you actually want. Sometimes. See how varied I am, where my consistency lies versus where it does not lie. That's interesting. Hello, Gagneet. Long time no see. I've been good. How have you been? What's going on, Zero? Good evening. Peter, unfortunately, I am not able to attend this year. Unless something crazy happens in my work world, I am not, the dates just don't work for me this year. Benny, this is, so it's a Vanishing Point cartridge inside, so nib unit and everything. It's a Vanishing Point nib unit, pilot Vanishing Point, with an extra fine custom ground nib from Gina Custom Nib Studio. But the bear, or the body, is a Mahjong A2, I believe it's called. It's from AliExpress, it's from China, it's super cheap. And I just got it because it's slightly lighter than the Vanishing Point, so I like it a little bit more for when I'm doing practice writing and stuff like that. I much prefer my Vanishing Point, but for long, extended and practice writing, I wanted to give this one to see if the lightness would be enjoyable. Ooh, hello, Polish and Assembled. Good evening, and welcome. Love all the people that are here from Rajiv's video. Welcome. Join us. We're hanging out and we're writing business penmanship uppercase letters today. Ooh, that's the idea. That's the shape I want. just remember what that feels like. This could be a little less angled. Maybe not quite as long. Mike Fine Tip. Sounds good. Is this my first choice for BP? Honestly, for business penmanship, I like using any pen. I know you're supposed to use a straight pen, but I like doing business penmanship with an oblique holder, personally. I also like doing it with a straight dip pen, but I always have an oblique pen on my desk, an oblique holder, and I don't always have a straight dip pen on my desk. I always have a fountain pen and my oblique holder, and I'm comfortable with my oblique holder, so I often practice with the oblique. So yeah, I don't really have a favorite. All the pens that I write with, I like them. Leonard Principle and Hunt 101, same as ornamental penmanship when I'm doing business penmanship. I know a lot of people use a more medium nib or something with a thicker line for business penmanship, but as you all know, I'm a hairline freak. So I want my hairlines to look the same as they look in ornamental penmanship. So I like really, really, really fine business writing. You know what? It's funny, David, because legitimately, and I don't know that there's many calligraphers that can say this, but legitimately, I have never, ever, once tried the blue pumpkin. Not ever. So it could be, and I just don't know. Gegnit, I would say no. American cursive is a sort of a variation of business penmanship, just like Palmer taught it slightly different than Mills taught it, slightly different than Zahner Bloser taught it, slightly different than Kelchner taught it. It's all what is now somewhat known as American cursive and what was once upon a time called business penmanship. Oh, it's hard for me to write today. I mean, and this is, please don't stop talking in the chat. I love how busy the chat is today. This makes me so happy. But I just get so excited chatting with you all. I'm not getting as much writing done as I probably should. Which is not a bad thing. Oh, see, that's too angled, isn't it? That's better. Okay, let's go a little smaller now. I think most of the business hands are pretty similar. There are other people who specialize in it a lot more than I do that can teach a lot of or they can get into the more detailed stuff about it. I personally, I don't get that. I don't know a lot of the super intricacies and whatnot. I feel like I can see some of them, but when it comes to speaking about all of them, it's all penmanship to me. Now we'll go a little smaller here. That's the idea. That's what we want. We'll give that a little happy face for good measure. That's what we want. Whoa. Eh? Eh? Oh, hello, Mom. How's it going? No, the Gelato 303 is great. It's also a personal favorite. I just don't use it as much because I use pretty much whatever's in my pen for ornamental penmanship, and I like big shades, so I usually use a Hunt 101 or a Leonard Principle. So that's just what I end up using for basically everything. I don't do ornamental penmanship with school nibs and whatnot. I have some, but they're just never in my holders, so they're never what I grab. What you potentially have learned about me watching these videos and hanging out here, I don't like the time of like mixing in complicated inks and complicated things. I like to have a thing that works, and then that's pretty much all I use. Why my inks are very simple. My nibs, very simple. They're always, or pretty much always, one of 3 nibs, all the time. I've just recently started doing sort of business penmanship and whatnot practice with a fountain pen, just because I've just recently started to acquire or get my fountain pens custom ground to have really nice fine tips. And also, admittedly, I haven't done a ton of business penmanship practice over the years. I tend to gravitate towards ornamental penmanship, so I'm wanting to clean up my business penmanship, so that is sort of pushing me to use my fountain pens a little bit more while I'm practicing. Just because it's easy to grab them, write a little bit, write a little bit, and then move on. That's the idea. Alright, let's go to the C. What does he say about the C? Notice especially how the loop part is made in capital C. The downward line should not be made, should be made almost parallel. The downward line, so that's these two here. This little loop on this second variation of the C gets me every time, because in ornamental penmanship, I would put that little ending oval horizontal, bisecting the baseline, and changing that angle of the little loop destroys me when I'm doing business penmanship. We'll do the first one first. Get that little, first some ovals, then that little loop, and then go into the C. All right. We gotta get that little loop. Feels weird to make that loop without continuing into the bigger oval. My left elbow is off the desk? Yes. Yeah, my desk is very... I'm writing quite actually close to the edge of my desk. So I would say probably about right there of the elbow, half of my forearm and elbow are off the desk on the left-hand side. No, this would be my completely neutral, natural position. Are you at a... If I go wider, I guess I could go wider. I would need to lower my chair if I went wider. I write very upright, I guess. I can experiment with that, if that's something that you think I should do. arm's about halfway, right? Yeah. Make sure this goes up enough on this side so that this can almost be parallel. Not exactly parallel, but almost. No, I guess I've always written upright like this. In order for my elbow to be on the table, well, here, now I'm curious. We're gonna go down this, we're gonna explore this together, everybody. So if I want to write with my elbow on the table there, I have to lower my chair a little bit. Which doesn't feel bad, but it does feel like I'm now... I feel like I'm like this a lot more than I was before. This is obviously an over-exaggeration. But I feel like I'm not hunched over, because my back is still flat. But I'm just so used to writing, I write very, very upright, I guess. That's good to hear, Sadir. I think practicing with the movement can be very, very beneficial. That would be neat. The problem with that, and it's not an actual problem, but I feel like and I know this is probably bad to do, I feel like I change quite often. I feel like I tweak my sort of like circumstances quite often, and I make changes. Like, as a perfect example, like, as you guys know, I've showed this in the past too, this, what I call my glide sheet, but just the piece of paper that my hand glides on. I changed its angle this week. It's at a different angle than it's been for the past who knows how many weeks. But I like to tweak things and explore, and then I use it for a while, and then if I like it, I keep it. If I don't like it, I don't keep it, and I try to go back to what it was, or I change it to something completely new. So I feel like if we took measurements and stuff today versus in like a couple months, a year, my measurements are going to be completely different, potentially. You have to commit. Impossible. I can't commit. Even like my oblique holders, I change my flange adjustment and things so often. I like to explore, and some of those explorations do me a disservice. Admittedly, some of those explorations probably have slowed me down in my penmanship journey, but I don't know if it's the dancer in me that needs to explore how things feel. Like, now that you've got me thinking about, should I be more like this? Should this be what feels normal to me? Versus this feels normal? Is this too upright? Would I have more control if I was lower? I don't know. But now I'm curious. Oh, siren. Oops. Ooh. See, two angled. Mine are much more... Yeah, I gotta take them a little more vertical. So this is a classic example of why teachers like myself and other teachers will say to review or to have like, to always check like a reference point or something, because you won't always know. And it's just nice. Even if it never gets fixed. What's going on, Annie? Even if you never sort of tweak out those little things, it's nice to know where the differences are, or where like the kinks or where your struggles are. Oh, so much more vertical. It almost makes me wonder. Yeah, like, an interesting thing. And I mentioned this with the A, like, if I want to make my, I know in ornamental penmanship specifically as well, I tend to make my O's more angled than the rest of my letters. So if I wanted to fix that, I could rotate my paper to the right and do something like this, because then my natural, what my arm wants to do for an oval is going to end up being more vertical. But then the big issue that happens there, and this is why I don't want to default to that, if you notice now, we'll see, I'll try to demonstrate it, but with ornamental penmanship, or with business penmanship and all of them, I want to be able to go like across the page. And this is currently my across the page angle. I need my paper to be angled as such so I can go across the page. I could technically even have it be a little more angled and then get even better, more fluidity across the page. But I don't want to angle it quite that much, because that feels... And where my natural, like, where I want to push-pull is way too angled. So if I go here, my natural sort of pull stroke is more on the angle of my writing. What I have to train is my forms to match my natural pull angle. You're not interrupting, Annie, don't worry. This is a live stream. This isn't a YouTube video that has to be scripted, and structured and everything. Interrupt me all you want. It's allowed. How much do I think it's ideal to do before taking a review break? That's a very good question, because I definitely think, like, reviewing each one, I think is not as beneficial. I think it can slow you down. I think also you can... I don't want anybody to ever get bogged down in, like, the details that much, or you get into what we'll call, like, analysis paralysis, where you're doing something, and then you're comparing, and you're doing something and comparing, and your body never gets in the flow of just doing. You need to be doing to have a flow. So I would say, like, what I did here, I like essentially one or two, I think I might have moved my paper in there at one point, but a good run of letters where then it feels like you can take a natural break. So you get into a flow before you stop. And there's always, if you're always comparing, like 1 to 1 to 1 to 1, you'll also, and I could be wrong here, but I feel like you could potentially, it's like having training wheels on. You're always relying on that looking back. You're never really relying on feeling it or seeing it sort of as you're going. And that's important too, because eventually we'd all love to get to the point where we don't have to reference. We want to be the reference. Our stuff is what we consider the perfect reference. So you want to be able to feel it. And like you'll see when you're going through, you're like, ooh, that was a good one. If you feel like one that was really good after a flow, check it out. Compare it to see if what you felt was good was actually like really good. And then to not be disheartened if it's not perfect. Because if you felt it was really good, it's really good, regardless of what it looks like and what it compares to. If you thought it was good, slap a happy face on it, and then be happy, notice what you can tweak, and move on. Happy face as you go, yep. It's just, like, I do it in my day practice. It's not just something I do on live video or in class. I do it all the time, because it's, I celebrate those little wins, always. You see, anytime I do one that feels good or what I think looks good, ooh, yeah, nice. Celebrate that. Because that's just going to make everything more enjoyable and less of a sort of slog through perfection. Perfection's not fun. I stopped and talked and now my nib is a little dry again. Doesn't work as good with a fountain pen when I stop as much as I can't just re-dip. Yeah. Ha! That one had a crazy loop I like to see, but it has a crazy start to it. I feel like the joy is important. This is not super easy stuff, so it's easy to get disheartened. So having a little joy and a little fun while you're doing it, I feel like is important. Is that vertical enough? It's here. It's that top bit. Gotta come out a little more. Which is essentially just rounding out that oval ever so slightly. I do have a tendency to make my ovals a little on the narrow side. That felt okay. That was a good one. Too tall, but... Yep. I think we nailed it on that one. Sort of. Close. Close enough if you ask me. I'm happy with that one. Give that a happy face, and we're gonna move right along. I'm not gonna do the other variation of the C, just for the sake of keeping things exciting. We're gonna go to doing a double loop. We're gonna do an E, like so. I really like this variation of the E, but as I mentioned before, similar to this on the C, my natural tendency is going to take this horizontal, which is going to kill me, making it angled. But we're going to get there. We're going to get it sorted. Okay, what does he say about the C? 4. The loop in the center of the capital E should be made a little more than half the height of the letter. So just a little bit higher, so the lower bowl, the lower oval is a little bit bigger. The small oval finish as the same as in capital C, the previous capital C that we're not doing. Yeah, business penmanship, I mean, it was designed for business. It was designed to be written quickly, so fluid, quickly, super legible, super clean. It's not nearly as we would call expressive as like an ornamental penmanship, or like a Spencerian or something. Hey Jason, welcome. I'm glad to hear you made your way over here from Jeeves' channel. That's awesome. Welcome to the fun, and I'm glad to hear that you're picking up the pen again. That's good. It makes me very happy how many people on Instagram and YouTube have commented on that video, and on since then some of my stuff on Instagram, and have just been intrigued to dive either into penmanship or back into penmanship. It makes me very happy, because the more people that are doing this, the better. It's just so fun and cool. What up, Shaq? Welcome, welcome. Greetings to you as well. All right, so this E, we have our standard oval. We're gonna get in the habit of making it a little bit wider because we tend to make it too narrow. And then we're gonna break that down into 2. I'm also writing very, very tiny today. I think the most common ruling would probably be 3/8, and this is actually I think this is 9/32 is what Rhodia ruled their ice pads at, which is quite small, smaller than the book. I printed this out to be the same as the ruling on the paper that I'm using, so I could have a decent reference, but it's close to what Mills uses in his book. The book is printed at, I think, like 11/32 or something like that, if we're getting way too specific. Some small ovals to get used to that. That's the idea. Nice and fluid. I will say the chat has been rather quick tonight. If you're watching here and you posted a question or a comment and I didn't respond to it, please know that I'm not actively ignoring you on purpose, and feel free to ask it again. If I spend too much time reading the chat, I don't get any writing done, but I don't want anybody to feel like their questions or comments are not getting read or addressed. I try to read everything. Sounds good, Z. Well, I'm glad to hear you booked your Airbnb. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll talk to you soon. See you on the next one. I still wanting to go back and forth with my chair here. Try to lean forward a little bit more and put my elbow on the table. Right a little bit farther away from myself, I guess. Like this. Feels different. It doesn't feel wrong. My ovals are a little too narrow. That's better, I think. Do I have a favorite era for penmanship? Yes. Late 1800s, very early 1900s. When it's referred to sort of as the golden age of penmanship. Excuse me. Golden age of penmanship. I would say specifically to sort of, I can't pinpoint an exact year, but around the time when business penmanship was fully seated and was in place, and ornamental penmanship really started getting like really ornamental and very characterized and more flourishy and sort of like the off the rails, I don't want to say crazy, but super elaborate, complicated, interesting flourishes. So when ornamental penmanship fell into the realm, like Spencerian, when that style started falling into the realm of more artistic rather than like an actual style of, just a style of writing, not just a pretty style of writing, but a very artistic, artsy, flourished style of writing around that time, I think. Just because it all looks so expressive and so fun. And the penmen started, there was an era of penmen sort of seeing what they could do and like almost, I don't want to say competing, but competing to see who could get the most like crazy stuff that still sort of follows the rules and everything. So yeah, somewhere around late 1800s or early 1900s. Specifically, I can't pinpoint a year, but I probably should try at some point. Okay, we gotta get this exit oval's gonna kill me here. It's gonna be like that. Wait. Gotta get that wider. Sorry, definitely left my cell phone not on silent mode this evening, which is weird for me. Oh, I imagine it was a dynamic and interesting time. It was in transition. Even like when typewriters started coming into play, penmanship wasn't required for business writing as much anymore. So it just got artistic until it ended up disappearing, unfortunately. Whoa. That's better. Angle-wise, how we doing? Oh, much more angled than him. Could have guessed that. It's somewhat unavoidable, I guess. not unavoidable, but expected from me. Yes, we want it to be there. Which was your starting point and the turning point to mastering penmanship? My starting point was slow Spencerian. Doing, the capital letters and all of the shades and the really ornamental stuff is what drew me to it. So that's sort of what got me into it. And then I wrote slow Spencerian, very heavily shaded, very heavily flourished designs for a few years, knowing that eventually I wanted to dive into movement writing and elevate my speed and fluidity, but I actively chose not to for a while because I was focusing on getting sort of the forms in here, and potentially in grinding in some now what I would potentially consider bad habits, but I'm not angry that I got them back then, because that's how when I flourish, I design things a very specific way. My flourishing work looks very much like my flourishing work. And I could be wrong, but I don't think I would design like that today if I didn't have that period of doing slower ornamental penmanship. So I did that for a number of years, and then transitioned into movement writing and going a little bit quicker, and basically pushed over I had the foundation of knowing what the forms and everything look like, pushed that building over, left the foundation there, and then rebuilt on top of it to what we have today. I wouldn't say that I've mastered penmanship by any stretch of the imagination, but I work on it quite a bit, and I get closer all the time. Ooh, that's tough. Books to learn about the history of American penmanship. I mean, Michael Sull has done a lot of writing on American penmanship in American in general. There are articles in the Old Business Educator and American Penman magazines that you can find that give a lot of the history. But as far as like specific books, aside from, like you mentioned, The Elegant Hand, there aren't a ton of dedicated books that go into the story. Or that sort of teach the history of American penmanship. It's sort of pieced together. Whoa, you're not allowed to be making noise, phone. Shush. Oh, that was Bill Kemp. Hello, Bill Kemp. Fellow IAMPF member. I will message him back afterwards. Thank you very much, Cyril. It's been really fun. It's been a journey, and a good one. I quite enjoy it. Okay, we gotta keep this vertical here. That's the idea. I think one of the things that really drew me to ornamental penmanship, and specifically like movement writing and doing it the traditional way, in general, I'm a bit of a glutton for punishment, and there are some people who are getting really close today, but we can't write like this. And in most, if we think of sports, running, like all of the Olympics, humans, people, we are faster, stronger, I mean, smarter, but a different kind of smart. Some ways we're not as smart, but we've grown in so many things, but people today can't do this anymore. There are a few people who are close to doing ornamental penmanship, at the quality that it was done in like the late 1800s and early 1900s, but it's gone. Or that level of skill is gone. And I think that just the fact that nobody could do it makes me want to try, whether I ever get there and I can do it relatively good. I'm not where I want to be yet by any stretch, but that's one of the like driving factors when I first started, that really like I wanted to practice, because nobody could do it. So we should be able to do it. It's something that we lost, and that's not okay with me. And then I think I legitimately just fell in love with the process of practicing it, and it became less and less about the doing it because nobody else can, and it's turned into, now I just do it because I love it, regardless of how good or bad I happen to be at it. Luckily, if I keep enjoying it, I should keep getting better at it, but that's has become less of the driving force. So that E loop has to come a little higher. Are we still too angled? Where's his E? Oh, a little bit, but not really. It's really just in that bottom bit. This is true. Polished and assembled, that is true. Polished and assembled, am I allowed to ask your real name? Or do you prefer to be referred to as polished and assembled? So I did travel specifically to New York to film that video, but I didn't fly I was in the East Coast. I was attending the Philadelphia Pen Show the week prior to filming that video with Rajiv. So while I was on the East Coast, it was a dual trip, partially for the Pen Show, and partially to go shoot that video for Rajiv. It was something that was planned. So I had planned to bring the things that I needed, or that he requested me to bring for the video, all of my little creations and the things I do. Peter, there's Rajiv Surendra has a YouTube channel, and he dropped a video a few days ago, or a couple days ago, of him and I going, it's like an intro to calligraphy, and it was quite fun. Very, very good times. Well, if you don't know Rajiv's channel, you should check it out in general. He does, I mean, every video he puts out is just, it's just so cool. I just want to live, I want to live vicariously through Rajiv's videos, because everything he does is so awesome. I did not buy anything at the pen show. I did not acquire any new pens at the show, but I did get 3 of my pens custom ground. like custom nib studio to get a bit of a finer point on them, or a mic grind. Those feel like the right idea. They're more vertical. It's so hard for me to not do this. To bring that last oval horizontal. I have to fight with myself. But that's pretty alright. I close that last oval a little more. I could make it a little bit more round. What I should think of is, as I'm coming over here, rather than finish it, I need to think of going into another oval. And that will open that up a little bit. You may be a tad biased, Mom, yes. True. You have to like it. You have no choice. That's awesome though, Lori. I mean, they do incredible work. I was looking to buy a pen. I wasn't looking for a specific pen, but I was in the market. I was ready to buy a pen, but I didn't find. I walked through the ballroom a few times and nothing sang to me, so I didn't acquire anything. That's awesome, Annie. I'm glad to hear that your reason for diving back in is the same as mine. It definitely wasn't. I mean, Instagram didn't exist, and I wasn't a... I mean, I'm not really a YouTuber now, but I guess kind of, I was never my intention to really even post or to have a channel about penmanship or anything back then. I just wanted to do it, and then I very quickly fell in love with it. I like when I'm walking past a table and there's oftentimes just a pen that won't let me walk away. Whoa. But that didn't happen this time. Lost a little bit of fluidity there at the end. Let's move on, shall we? What's the next capital letter he's got in here? There's a lot of lowercase letters. We're not working on lowercase today. Capitals. Ooh, a Z. Oh, a Q and a Z. So we got our QQ, our 2Q, and our Z. So for the 2Q, I say 2Q because it looks like a number 2. All these exercises are intended to develop the capital Q. Notice them carefully and practice with the free arm movement. Practice the enlarged form of the capital Q and Z, or Z for my American friends, and afterwards the letter and word copies. Ah, I got words in there as well. Queen. Okay. Let's do it. His chalk work is incredible. I love that. I didn't really realize it when we were shooting the video, but watching that video back afterwards, unplanned, so many of the tools that Rajiv uses, like walnut crystals and the pad, the landscape journal that he had, that he was gonna write on that day, but then I had him write on loose leaf, his holder. So many things were like, oh yeah, and this is from Mike, and this is from Mike, and this is from Mike. I didn't really realize, or that was not intended, but so many of the things that have sort of helped and that Rajiv has done on his sort of penmanship journey, I'm happy to say that I've been somewhat involved in, which is pretty cool. But a lot of those things, there's a lot of, and this is from Mike, and this is from Mike, a lot of Mike creations in that video. All right, so now we're going into indirect or reverse ovals. Clockwise. All right, a little tube. What is that? Are my ovals too angled if I do it like so? A little bit, yeah. My reversed ovals are more angled than my non-reversed ovals. What's going on, Brian? Speaking of incredible penmen of our day, I appreciate that, Brian. Trying to nail down my business penmanship. I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but I've avoided actual business penmanship capital practice for so long in my penmanship practice. I just don't do business penmanship capitals very often. I can fake it. What's going on there? I think there is a hair or something in my nib. Yeah, for sure. There's a little fiber in there. We'll clean up real quick. It's the first time that happened today. Thanks a lot, Brian. Appreciate that. We good? We back? Good line. So it's hard to make this little loop because I come out of the bottom of this oval that ends up going up so high. Did I get that hair out of there, or is it still there? Thought I got it. But to make that transition into the horizontal, there is tricky. Oof. No, it's definitely still there. Why? Fountain pens are harder to clean than dip pens. That's for sure. Okay. Today I am following Mill's business penmanship. This one right here. I recently acquired, there's 2 versions of this book, and I recently acquired the second one, or the one with the lighter cover. So that's what we're practicing today. Do you think we have fewer high-level pen people because we've moved away from writing so much in daily life? I think like after the 1920s, I think the number of high-level pen people went down as sort of typewriters and just day-to-day writing sort of went out of fashion a little bit. But I will say, since sort of the rebirth of Spencerian script, Michael Saul kind of breathed life back into it and started teaching it again and getting it going again. And since then, I will say, I think today, 2024, we are closer as a community of ornamental penmanship individuals. We are closer to what they had in the late 1800s, early 1900s than ever before. Like Bryant, who's in the chat right now, or some of the penmen we were talking about earlier, are doing incredible work that is of the caliber of what they were producing in the 1800s. So it is growing, and it makes me extremely happy that it's growing. And it's in a really good place right now. Is it and will it ever be as common and popular as it was in the 1800s? No, I highly doubt it. But it's in a very healthier place now than I feel like it's been pretty much since then, which is pretty awesome. Let's go smaller. Movement-wise, they are the same. Morning, Lavina. When it comes to business penmanship, ornamental penmanship, the movement training, like there are slight variations in the letter forms, and in ornamental penmanship, you're going to lift a lot more and sort of stop a lot more, but the movement itself and the fluidity is the same. You practicing business penmanship with movement can only help your ornamental penmanship, and practicing ornamental penmanship with movement can only help your business penmanship, in my personal opinion. They have their differences, but movement-wise, they're all movement, so it all feels good. Wait, we need to keep that oval shape. Yeah, it's going out far enough to the right. You are very welcome. Wow, this letter really throws me for a loop. No pun intended. So flat there. Why? We're gonna just do a few of that stroke without the little lower loop. Oh yeah, he does that here. Whoops. I didn't follow his steps. Just to get used to fully rounding out that lower left portion. Well, they never did the 2 like this back in the day. Like, their 2 would have been more like that. They didn't do the looped variation. Or they might have, I guess, in certain instances. Not sure. In ornamental penmanship, I don't use the 2Q. I use a version more so like so, which you could technically use, I guess, in business penmanship as well. An A with a descender on it, but we're gonna get the 2Q because this round form is gonna help us with the Z as well. If we draw a dotted line down from that loop, this crosses at least here, sometimes even a little bit farther. Good night, Peter. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. We will see you soon. Hopefully next week. There is a difference between the two Mills books. I didn't know there was. I believe it was Gray Harris who was mentioning it on the Creatrium not long ago. What? So my habit is going up in that upper right corner. All right, Lloyd, thanks a lot for hanging out. Have a good night, sleep well, and we'll see you soon. It is very global here. The only people we don't have a lot of is probably my East Coast folks. A lot of them are in bed already. Which is understandable. What is your point of view of practice, view to practice up penmanship while you are going through several handbooks? Do we have to finish one handbook before you jump to another? So that's a good question, Cyril. When it comes to, you say going through a book, I'm assuming you mean like a copybook or something like that. Specifically, like if we were to take a book like this, for example, you see each page is basically a lesson. And the quote-unquote, the mistake that a lot of people make is they will go through, they will do this, they will do all of this, they will do all of this, they will do this whole page, and then they'll turn the page and go to the next lesson. So they'll relatively quickly make their way through the book. But the way these books were designed, like a lot of them were written for home study, or they're written for teachers to use for teaching, or these are the books that kids would have in school. If this were my lesson, like lesson 13, you don't just do this and then go to the next one. Basically, you would do lesson 13 until some of the books would say until you've essentially mastered it. When your writing looks like this, looks like it does on his examples, then you move on to lesson 14. So you could dedicate, weeks, months to just one page of any book. So it's not about getting through a book, but it's about working on those elements until they are not good enough, but good enough that you basically can't do them wrong. I remember an old dance teacher of mine used to tell me, don't practice until you get it right, practice until you can't get it wrong. So you practice till your writing looks and feels like this, and when it does, then you go to the next page. Now that is if I had a dedicated, super dedicated student who wanted to get perfect in the shortest amount of time, that's what I would recommend to them, is to go step by step through a book. Like even tonight, I'm only doing the capital letters. That's not what I would recommend. I would recommend going through a book. The different teachers, like if you go through Palmer Method, is a great book to go through, but dedicate the time to each lesson. Actually practice each lesson. And if you find that you get bored with a lesson, then they don't recommend this, or they don't actively recommend it in the old books, but it's what I sort of recommend. If you start to get bored with a lesson, rather than move on to the next lesson, turn off your lesson training brain and take yourself into the realm of, okay, now I'm gonna play. I'm gonna do some random writing, I'm gonna flip through the book and do some random practice and random things, but I'm not actively studying or working in this moment. Those moments where I am actively studying, I'm gonna go back to that lesson that I haven't yet perfected, I'm gonna work on it. And when the day comes that I or my teacher tells me that lesson looks, that I'm doing adequate work, my work looks like the book, I'm happy with the comparison, then I'm gonna move on. So you can take the do each step until you master it, different definition of master for different people, but that's what I would recommend, is really giving the time. It's like when people practice, I've been asked before, like how many sheets of paper should I fill? And I will always say something to the effect of, it's not about filling a page, it's about trying to improve continuously and trying to perfect your writing until the page happens to be full. Like I've been writing for over an hour and a half now. Granted, I've been talking a lot, but I'm only halfway through a page. And this is not really a super dedicated practice session, because I'm not spending all of the time on the first exercise. If I was, I would still be working on A, because my A isn't as clean and as perfect as it is in the book or as I want it to be. So I would keep dedicating time to that. And then when I get bored with that, I'll go into playtime. Tonight and the streams often fall in the realm of playtime for me, just because my practice sessions are not exciting. I wouldn't be talking, because I would be focusing a lot harder on the letter forms than I'm writing. They're fun for me and enjoyable, but they're not really that fun to watch. So they're not something that I would stream on YouTube very often. Potentially every once in a while, but they'd be a lot more quiet. Do I have a plan to make? Is there more coming at that sentence? Do I have a plan to make something specific? Zero? You're using my 1/14th. 1/14th? Do I have a guide sheet that's a 1/14th? I've been asked to make a copybook, and I want to make a copybook, and like a practice study book. Have I? No, I have not made one, but I would like to one day, if I can get my ducks in a row. Alright, now that I've stopped writing and talked for a whole bunch. Yeah, you see, when I come out of this little loop, my trajectory is up. Whereas my trajectory should be already going down. My website is down. That's no good. Let me double check. I will load it on my phone and see if it loads. MrMGWard.com. I spelt it wrong. MrMGWard.com. Works for me. So hopefully that's just on your end, or hopefully you could refresh and get that going. Whoa. I have no fluidity coming out of the reversed oval. That's better. I feel like I don't have consistency. Yeah, you could then move on and then sort of come back to it. The way a lot of the lessons in the books work is they're designed to build on top of each other. For example, like we're currently working on the capital Q, which is going to help me with the capital Z, and then the next capital that we learn on this next page, we do the R in the middle there, but the next capital we're learning is the M, which has that same little loop in it as the Q and the Z. So it's designed sort of to build upon. So as you go, if you can perfect each step, you're going to be ready for the next step, pretty much. If you go back and forth, then it tends to be a little more difficult to have that progressive growth. But yeah, if you're feeling super stuck on something, move on. You can move on. I'm always pro do what feels good, which is why I like the idea of the sort of practice or less serious, playtime or less serious practice sessions, because it is really easy to get bogged down in the perfection and whatnot. Jeez, I cannot write a good Q. I had a few in here that were decent, but versus coming out of like a direct oval like a C, that was a really good one. That flow feels so much more natural than going a reversed oval, which tells me that I just have to do a bunch more of these, basically. I won't do a ton more on stream because it's not terribly exciting, but also you can notice my versus if I do a direct oval, it's minute, but my indirect ovals are a little bit more narrow, which is likely why my Q is ending up being a little more narrow. You can also see consistency. I don't have as clean of a reversed oval, and it's narrower. I agree. The 2Q is weird. My everyday handwriting has not changed at all because I don't use cursive. I mean, I only write pretty when I'm doing penmanship. I take notes. I do my note. Can you read that in camera? My notes are tiny block capitals. I write very tiny block capitals. Not always this small, but this is the average size, I guess. All the time. Like, oh, it's not within reach. I was gonna show you my little, like, my pocket journal. And it's all fingers, no movement at all. So yeah, my notes are always written in block capitals. Never in penmanship. I don't do like grocery lists or things like that. I know a lot of people do that. I do not. I only write pretty when I'm actually sitting down to do penmanship. That's better. Nope. So inconsistent with the reversed oval. But I'm gonna do a few more of these and then I'm gonna go into the Z. That's the idea. Those are a little smoother. That feels good. Didn't realize I was so much more inconsistent with my reversed oval. One more for good measure. Not too shabby. It is just handwriting. I just call it writing pretty. I used to write everything in cursive once upon a time. I remember in high school, junior high school, and I think grade 10, I wrote everything in cursive all the time, always. It wasn't pretty cursive. I can't really imitate it now because I don't remember exactly what it looked like. But in grade 10, at one point in grade 10, I took a drafting course, which I had to write in block capitals, and that just stuck. So oftentimes when I'm in a hurry, I'll write in tiny block capitals, but because I write really fast, they end up sort of connected. It's like my own little block capital script. it's interesting. All right, let's do the Z now. There was other styles of sort of cursive and whatnot, borrowed from overseas before Spencerian, and there's some debate on whether Spencer was the first, or there was, like, Dutton was also creating, he had writing at the time, but basically from overseas. I'm much more angled than he is. That's probably better. Now the Z doesn't feel as wide as the 2Q. Maybe that's why it feels a little bit more natural for me, because it's not quite as wide. Still making mine too narrow, but too big down here. Basically has something like that. I think mine are much more angled than his, but let's see how we compare. Yeah, much more angled. And my descender's a lot longer as well. I don't have to bring that quite as long. It's nice to have your own sort of, your own character in your writing, I think. That is one thing I've always admired or loved about a lot of fountain pen users. A lot of my friends in the fountain pen world aren't penmen, they're not calligraphers, they're more about the tool than the writing, but because they like the tools, they write a lot. They'll write a lot of letters, and oftentimes friends will come to me and be like, oh no, my writing's so bad, my writing's, it's not pretty, but it's so unique to them. It has so much, at least to me, it has so much character, and I really like that. It's cool. My writing doesn't have as much character anymore. It's been trained out of me. Gotta make this a lot more round. Just like we had to make this more round. Those both have to be round. Too long. My tiny block letters definitely have character, yes. I just mean my penmanship, my cursive and whatnot. My ornamental penmanship has character because it wants to have character. But when I do sort of the precise scripts, they just look precise. They're not characterized anymore. Once upon a time, they had character, I think, more so. So long. Whoops. So hard to make them more vertical. Feels so weird. Alright, let's move on to the, for the sake of doing more than just 2 letters. Okay. So, put the little sample there. I will read what it says. Make the reverse oval 2 spaces high and 10 times around. Start by making 10 downward lines of the pulling movement and then swing into the capital M exercise. That's this one right here. Make the letter round at the top and sharp at the base. Line. Cool. The These exercises are excellent drills for developing the capital M. These exercises and the letters should be drilled upon carefully. Okay. So we need a lot of free movement here for the M. No need to apologize, Benny. Thank you very much for going into specifics. Yeah, I definitely make my ovals more narrow. Initially. One more set. Cool. Now, what do you say? 10? Yeah, 10 downward lines into our pulling stroke movement. And he goes for like yay far. He's in the very beginning of the book, he advises splitting your page into 4 parts and then doing the exercises that way. I didn't specifically split my page, but just so you know why they're broken up like that. So we got to make sure we're hitting the baseline on all of those ones. Try to keep them a little bit uniform space-wise. Is he doing 10? 1, 2, 3. No, okay, good. I'll be honest, Annie, I avoided it for a long time. And I'm admittedly not that I don't expect to use it all that much. But the movement will help my business penmanship, and the precision that it sort of requires, and it takes out the shading and all that kind of stuff. So I think it will help my ornamental penmanship in general. And if somebody says, hey, write some BP, I would like to be able to at a decently high level. So that's why I'm working on it, because I should. I like when I do business penmanship with my oblique holder and like my Hunt 101 or Leonard Principle, and there's a unintentionally sometimes slight accent shades here or there. I enjoy the way that looks. In the old magazines and whatnot, they would refer to it often as artistic penmanship, not fully ornamental penmanship, but not as clean and monoline as business penmanship. Sort of somewhere in the middle, and it can be really pretty. That one felt pretty solid. The main thing it will help, I think, even though I'm doing the capitals now, just the movement and precision that you get out of practicing business penmanship really helps. It will help my Spencerian lowercase a lot as well. Which I'm always into having cleaner, nicer ornamental penmanship, so. I mean, it doesn't make you sound super young, polished, and assembled, but also, I mean, it makes me jealous because you got to learn it in school. I wish I got to learn cursive like Palmer in school. Looking at his M here. I do really like that in this example, in any case, his little loop is on the same slant line as his writing. I know there are other, it looks like it is anyways, certain, this one isn't exactly, but it's close. But when he teaches it in the book, it's drooping, for lack of a better term, on the same slant line as his downstroke here, which I really like, because there are some samples of business penmanship, or there are examples of where that little loop is like at an off angle, and I dislike that. I'm not a fan. I mean, if it happens by accident like that, it's fine, but to train it to be the same. All right, Cyril, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time. Have a good one. I feel you, Annie. I wish my school was old-fashioned. I'm actually not sure what kind of Spencerian or what kind of lead penmanship cursive I learned in school. I think in Canada, schools use, it's called McLean, and it's basically a version of Palmer method, but we didn't do it very strict by any stretch of the imagination. Good at this stroke because I have to write M's all the time. Okay. Now we'll do the large one and go over it. I think it was McLean. I'm not remembering that from my youth. I'm remembering that from somebody telling me that Canadian schools use McLean? McLean? Michaels? I can't remember. I don't recall. Cheers, Cyril. Ooh, that felt good. How does that compare here? Oh, much more vertical. His are and narrower. Okay. And more, not so tight in there. A little more space. Required. Which is my own fault. I practice specifically. That's the angle that I write ornamental penmanship. So all of these drills have been done more angled because that's a natural angle for me. Much more condensed. Takes up very little space. And he does a lot of retrace up here as well. Doesn't leave a big space there at all. Precisely. You gotta get them right. No excuses. Not terrible, but that was better. I'm drooping this a little too much. Cut that oval about in half lengthwise. I think. Just out of curiosity, what would the M be if I wrote my paper at a different angle? See that? At least getting the like verticalness feels better, but there's no way I'd be able to write across the page. You can't. So my paper needs to be angled like this. Oh yeah, I never did the large one. That's what I was gonna do. Light. This needs to be more round. Where do I position my camera? So my face view is right in front of me. You're meaning like why is it not like this? It is directly above and about a foot forward. So if I go straight down from my camera, I touch, and then you can see where my shadow is. Then I come down a little bit. So it's angled ever so slightly. I try to get as close to a perfect top-down shot, but it's top-down, and then it's a little forward. Just so if I happen to lean forward, even if I lean forward even too much, like my hair just gets in. So what was it, 2 weeks ago, when we did signature design, I often do signature design like this. So I moved the camera at more of an extreme angle, or a little bit more of an angle, so that my hair wouldn't get in the stream. And I do think it got in the stream a little bit. But yeah, it's up there, and then it's on a zoom lens, so I can go in and out. But it's, well, you can see there where it is. Here's my book, my writing, like so. Wait, is that about where we were size-wise? Oh, they're not secrets. I don't have any secrets. Everything is shareable. I lean forward a lot, Ojaswini, but my posture isn't bad. When I lean forward, as an example, I lean forward like so, with my back still flat. I don't hunch. Carving, I might hunch. I think I hunch a little bit more when I carve, because I'm probably like this. My shoulders up like this, carving, but I do, when I sketch, I get pretty close to the table. There's moments, and I've shown this before, I think on stream or whatnot. Sometimes when I'm sketching, I will rest my hand like this, and I'm drawing things. So I'm just resting like this. I have actually, it's like this. That's probably the way it is. It's right in front of me, and I'm resting on my hand, my forehead on my hand. But my posture, my shoulders are not shrugged, and my back is not hunched over. My back is still flat. So I still consider that not the worst posture. Master Penman Harvest Crittenden in classes would always call me out, because in her classes I'd be doing some complicated signature or something, which was not what I was supposed to be doing. I'd be doing my own thing, and she would always make a note of what's up with that posture and such. But when I write, my posture is very upright. I stopped and talked, so now my ink. There we go. Ooh, that was a pretty good one. Unskippable. Well, they're gonna happen, Ojaswini. There's no avoiding it. This loop got way too low, I think. I mean, there is avoiding it. I could turn them off, but I'm not going to. So you're stuck with them. Apologies. What do we got next? I would assume the N, but maybe not. A bunch of lowercase letters, which we're gonna skip. More C's, A's, O's. We're gonna skip the N just for the sake of keeping the stream interesting. And we're gonna go to probably the lowercase letter that I want to be really good at, because it's in my name, but gives me a lot of trouble. And it annoys me because it doesn't seem, it's not difficult. There's not a lot to it, but my W's never look right. So, what does he say about the W specifically? 4. Make the first part of the W almost the same as the first part of the capital N. only the long downward line is curved a little more than the M, or the M, which we just did. The last part of the capital W is made the same as the final form, or the terminal T. The second part of the W is made as high as the first part, while the finishing line is brought up about 2/3 the height of the letter. Noted. All right. So you'll notice in the book here, each lesson sort of starts back with ovals again, and that's because it's not from lesson to lesson to lesson. Like if we were doing this in a class, this would be the lesson of the day. So we would spend the beginning of the day, well, first doing our warm-ups, and then we would do the ovals. We'd be basically building from nothing every single time we do a session, which is not explicitly super necessary when we're going through all of these so fast, but okay. So it's like the N and the M, like so, but a little more rounded down here. So it's going to end a little more there. More like, I guess, the Q or the Y? Q more so. And then we have a terminal T. Up all the way down, and this goes 2/3 about there. We'll return it that way. The W, just the proportions, it's so hard for me to make look good. And I think a big part of it is getting used to doing that stroke. And how much distance that needs to take. Sorry, I keep bringing this hand right close and I forget that there's that shadow there. I apologize. I can't. Normally my hand would just kind of sit right there, but that doesn't make for a very good video, so I'm trying to keep it out of the way a little bit more. It always looks right when I see it in the book, and then when I do it, I don't know. I think it's the curve I have on this undercurve. It just never suits right. And I don't think I curve this enough either. I don't think I have let that form be rounded enough. It's a tough one for me to have fluid movement with. That's the idea, though. That was a decent one. Do 2 lines high. Two-thirds? Hello, Pumpjack Piddlewick. Welcome, welcome. Glad to hear that you're having... Well, I hope you're having a nice start to your day. Glad to be a part of the start of your day. France in the house. Right on. Now, my W, you can see this slant line here. It is, without question, if we look at here, two angled. That is, if there was a word of the day. Two angled is more than one word, but the theme of the day is two angled. We gotta tone down that angle. It's something like that. I'm glad to help inspire you to pick up the pen again. That's awesome to hear. Yes. My Spencerian ornamental penmanship wants to be slightly more angled. But I have to break those habits. That was not bad. Too short on that little bit, but... There are quite a few people that made their way over here from Rajiv's channel this week, which is pretty awesome. Welcome to the crew. Glad to have everybody. I need to go through the comments from that video. There was a lot of comments and I haven't had a second to go through them and sort of respond to people and like comments and whatnot. I need to do that still. Should have done that the day it came out, but I've been very busy. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad. Flipping the paper over? Oh, I have some scribbles on the other side of this sheet. We're gonna get a fresh sheet of paper. Why not? Whoa. Rodia. Oh yeah, I guess we were... If we were live streaming during the past week, the Dizzy Bunny probably would have been pretty active. But no Dizzy Bunny tonight. I kind of thought there might have been one tonight, or multiple, but no Dizzy Bunny. I'm kind of surprised. To be honest, I was anticipating having some tonight. For those of you who don't know, the Dizzy Bunny is when I get a new subscriber. A number of minutes after somebody new subscribes to my channel, I get what we call a Dizzy Bunny will pop up on screen and sort of stumble around for a few seconds. But no Dizzy Bunny today. Okay, W. Too narrow. That terminal T. Sweet. Yeah, it is Spinda the Pokemon, but we call him Dizzy Bunny. I like Dizzy Bunny more, James. I'm glad that James comes out of his lurker mode just to correct me. Or to just educate, I guess, the world on the Pokemon. So that's good. Pump Jack Piddlewake. I do like that name. That is a good name. What's that? I have a tendency of making that too straight. Not a nice curve. There's quite a delay between when somebody subscribes and when the Dizzy Bunny pops up. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't allow it to be an instant thing like Twitch, like it would be on Twitch. No, it's if you unsubscribe and subscribe, I don't think it works. And again, I can't remember the delay. But we've had people try to force the Dizzy Bunny before, and it never seems to work. But I believe it's the function I think is turned on, so it should, if somebody had subscribed. But it could be like a number of hours even. I don't know how it works. Not bad, those two. There's no tricking the Dizzy Bunny. No, it'd be really cool if YouTube did more like Twitch and had it be sort of an instant thing, so that I could actually see the second somebody did it, and then there's a good chance they're here. The way it ends up working is the people that subscribe aren't usually in the chat in the moment they subscribe because of the because of the long delay, but I can't remember how long the delay is. I'll have to test it again one day. Ooh! I wouldn't give that one a happy face. It's too angled, but I like it anyway. I don't mind if my business penmanship is a little more angled than E.C. Mills. There was no delay when you did it? Really? Interesting. Oh, thank you very much. I'm Jack Piddlewick. Sorry, I like saying your full name. Or your full handle. I use, for my face cam, it's just an old phone. I use a Galaxy S6 for my face cam. And then my top-down shot, this one is a Sony's A6400. So it's a mirrorless camera that's hooked up to a USB capture device to get the HDMI signal into my computer. Can you ornamentalize by adding a shade and oval entry? Yeah, for sure. Because technically, I mean, not to stray too much into ornamental, but technically, like, you could do the same entry with this kind of an idea. Ornamentalize a little bit that way, or technically, you could do all that. It's quite difficult to do it that small, but you definitely could. I don't think many did. The only sort of ornamentalizing, sorry, I have a hard time saying that for some reason, is they would probably just do it just naturally, but you'd get a little bit of like an accent shade here. Not like a stem shade, but you'd get a little bit of a variation or a little accent on that downstroke. Ornamentalization. Perspective can be interesting, polished and assembled. It's fascinating when it's neat. I've watched students writing, like if I sit across from across the table from a student and somebody's writing, and I can look at their forms, and to me they look like beautiful, like they're doing a really smooth, wonderful job. But then if I turn their paper around, oftentimes what they actually look like, not upside down, are not as clean and precise as I assume they are. And I'm guessing that's just because my eye is used to recognizing the little minute details the right way and not necessarily upside down. But that always fascinates me. So I have to try when I'm really, like, it's less important for my super beginner students, but as people get a little more proficient, I have to be really careful that I'm not miscorrecting if I'm looking at something upside down. I have to be sure to see it. When I teach, I often teach. If I'm across from somebody at a table, I will teach writing the forms. Like I'll do, obviously not quick, but I'll do a lot of the forms upside down for people so that they can see how I'm writing. So that's something I've gotten fairly used to, but... Alright, Pumpjack Piddlewick, have a wonderful day. We'll see you soon. I think that goes for everybody. I mean, that's why Instagram angles and whatnot exist as well. You gotta be brave to show an actual top-down view of a top-down, non-angled view of your writing, because it can be, angles can be deceiving. Unfortunately. Yeah, it's really, I need to get fluidity of that second stroke of the W is the one that gets me the most. That one. Are you coming out of your writing hibernation, James? Is that what this means? Is that time of year over? Are you back to, have you been picking up a pen again? Good, that was a good one. You wrote today? Nice. Ooh, what zine are you making? What's the topic? I'm intrigued. Tell me more. Oh, so the YouTube ads have been not that not that positive? Uh-oh, that's no good. Alright, let's go to the... We're gonna go to the X here. Which is gonna be interesting. We gotta get used to this shape. Well, and then the opposite form of that shape. Which I'm surprised this is the first time we've seen this shape here. Normally in the capital C, that's an exercise that gets pointed out a lot sooner. Ah, well that's cool. How's that been, has that been, are you happy you made that choice? I'm assuming you are, if you're making a zine about it. Is life happier without Instagram? I get squished. Keep that round. Yep, could do that. Gotta keep that round enough. Making a nice round 9. And a 6. It's about the same. Alright. I've been trying to... Obviously, I'm still on Instagram a fair bit. But I don't post a ton. I'm trying to... I want to post more. But scroll a little bit less. I've found myself in the deep black hole of Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts a little too often recently when I should be being productive or going to sleep. It's just so easy to fall into the habit or to just fall into a scroll. Really gotta work on widening those. I make those really narrow. I feel that. That's awesome. I mean, the business educator can be extremely overwhelming. For sure. Give me 2 seconds here. What am I doing? Yeah. Alright, 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay. Back. Once in a week or two, I go down the endless scroll. Is that like a scheduled thing? Like you let yourself go down the endless scroll? I found like I bring my phone to bed with me, and I know I'm not supposed to, but I do. I've started... Pinterest has been my... I let myself scroll Pinterest, but not Instagram or YouTube, or I'm trying to, because Pinterest inspires me. I don't fall down a rabbit hole of just random videos and things that I find entertaining. I'll full on open Instagram with the intention of posting something, and then half an hour later realize I've just been scrolling reels and didn't post anything. symmetry on the X is a bit of a challenge. Ah, yes. It's, to hit that middle point with a fine point, you gotta be pretty precise. Which, I like trying to be pretty precise. And like I mentioned earlier, I am a glutton for punishment, so... Obviously, I want the spinous hairline, so it's the hardest. Why would I choose to make things easy on myself? That's no fun. These ovals are way too big. Ooh. I feel like that was a good one. I feel like that was a pretty good one if you ask me. Ooh. That little drill is difficult. To maintain my fluidity. I'm gonna try some of those a little bit bigger. Not all the way. Whoa! Well, this hasn't happened in a while. For those of you who are new to the channel and don't know what's happening, this is what we call Blacklight Live. It is midnight, which means we need a change of music. We need a change of paper. I also realized with my new setup here, I have to move my light because I have a bad shadow. My face cam is causing quite a shadow, so give me 1 second to fix that. I don't know if this song is Blacklight Live enough. Not Blacklight Live enough. I need a Blacklight Live song. Nope. 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 That's what we want. So, for those of you who don't know what's happening, at midnight, the music changes, the lights go off, the black light turns on, and this turns into a blacklight party. But give me 1 second. I need to fix my blacklight here so that it actually looks good. I need to move it, I think. Or not, I think. I definitely need to move it. I just want to make sure that I don't pull anything off of where it belongs in the process of moving it. Just so... There we go. I had the black light off to the side because when I watch movies on my projector, it was right in the middle. Okay. Paper goes away. Black light acceptable paper gets swapped in. Now we're not... Are we... Well, here, I'll let you guys vote. Yeah, no twerking from me, Ojaswini. Not gonna happen. So the question is, do we want to keep writing business penmanship, or are we gonna go, we while out and do some ornamental penmanship now? What are you guys feeling? I'll let the chat speak. Yes, I wish my shirt would glow in the dark. Actually, that reminds me of something I forgot to do. I need to do this. Oh, we haven't done a Blacklight Live in so long. None of this is automated anymore. Do that so you can see my face. Whoa! Why is my face upside down? All of a sudden. What did I do? I did that. I clicked the wrong button. There we go. And then... get that going. I don't know what color our filters are set at today, but I do believe we're about to find out. There. Everybody who came over here from Rajiv stream, welcome to the first Blacklight Live in a while. Okay, we gotta turn this up a little bit. Does that look okay, or is that too dark? Oh! Why did that all change? We want that, right? Now there we go. Now I'm using the right hand. Why did those buttons change? That shouldn't have changed. All right. Ah, the ornamental penmanship O is one, or ornamental penmanship W I'm much a fan of. Okay. What do we got here? See a little bit of the background. I think that should work. The camera is definitely set up in a... I gotta zoom out a little bit. It's set up for... business penmanship. There we go. Well, the ink, it changes as it dries. Because it goes from, like, it dries more the same color as the hairlines. But when the shades go down thick, they end up being, they're a little bit brighter. The dark side of YouTube. It does look a little grainy, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but I don't know how to fix that. It needs a little brightness, but on it, like, the black light is brighter than it usually is. As you can see, normally my face isn't this bright. I didn't know you were still here, Mom. Alright, well, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Sleep well. Whoops. That's better. I think I have to edit this playlist, because some of those songs are EDM, but they're not blacklight party worthy. Stealth Vampire Ornamental Penmanship. I like it. What's going on, Mom Ed? Long time no see. That's good, dude. Busy's good. Keeps you out of trouble, as they say. Yo! I've never done that before. OP with the ending of the O being... I don't think I've ever done that combination. Which is silly, because I've written OP so many times. What? That makes so much sense. Why have I never done that before? I'm mad at myself for never thinking of that before. What? It's just perfect. I gotta do that again now. What? That's ridiculous. How have I never thought of that? Ever. Am I out of tea? Oh, I have one more sip of cold tea left. Someone can only join. I like that. See, like, this song isn't blacklighty enough. We need a new playlist. What else do we got for playlists here? I thought this was the... No, this is the station that we need. It's just not all the songs. Wasn't synthwave. We could do house. House music? Maybe that'll be our vibe. I'm blown away that I've never thought about that connection before in the letter combinations of O and P. It's baffling. Like, it's perfect for it. That's ridiculous. Please make the letter G learnable. You got it. I love the letter G. I'm assuming you mean the traditional... I'm assuming you mean this guy. I'm assuming you mean that one. I need to do more Blacklight Lives. It's not up to me if we do a Blacklight Live or not. It's the 3+ hours is a long time to stream. It's when the chat is engaging and I forget that we've been here for 3 hours, it just kind of happens. It's not up to me all the time. If I realize it's been a long stream, then I'll cut it off right before midnight. But if we hit midnight, Blacklight. Okay, so to make this learnable, as you say, first thing that you could probably get used to is this shape right here. And you can get into it with the horizontal oval like I did here. So either this form, coming from the, if this is my baseline, I know you can't see the baseline. If that's my baseline, coming from the baseline, and getting that loop and up shape, get comfortable, or if you're going to go into it with a horizontal oval, that shape there. You got to get super comfortable with that one. I personally find that shape a lot easier than the loop that is followed by a compound curve, like what we use in the S. Having this continue to there makes that stroke a lot easier, I think, than when we have to go into the compound curve for something like the S. So yeah, practice either those two, whichever one's more comfortable. You could probably start with this one from the baseline, and then get used to transitioning from the horizontal oval. And then, you just get used to, from that hard stop, or from that point, that stroke right there, which is the bottom of that stem stroke that we practice all the time. So it's that, but you don't have the hairline to begin with it. You just basically start and go right into the shade, because this only comes up about halfway, or half the height of the letter. So you just start immediately into the shade, and then you can end on the stem, or continue that into a horizontal oval. And then when both of those feel comfortable separately, then you combine them. Or with the horizontal entry. G. I love the G. It's, I never used to, but I got a soft spot for it now. I like it. Blacklight party every 4th Tuesday. We've done all blacklight. I think it was Halloween we did an all blacklight live party. Normally, if I'm being honest, normally it depends on what I'm up to tomorrow. I do have a busy day tomorrow, but I haven't done a blacklight in a while, so I wanted to do blacklight live today. But normally it's how tired I am, how I'm feeling. The best streams are the ones where I don't realize I've been streaming for so many hours, and that's sort of where the idea of the blacklight started. It's the chat's engaging and things are fun, and if I'm having a good time, at midnight we just roll into the blacklight. I don't want to make it a scheduled thing, because technically every week could be a blacklight party, but also I get worn out, or if I have a busy day, I can't stay up all night. Would you ever shade the top oval? Yep, you can. I would never shade it a lot. It would just be an accent if you do something like this. Do you mean that one? I'm assuming that's what you mean. Or top oval, you could also be meaning this one. That was a little bit of a rough shade, but yeah, you could do that one as well. Either I would not do both, because then you're going to have two shades crossing, and we don't want that. I could have snacks. Lady dancers in the background. Potentially only digital ones. I don't know that. Well, A, there's not space, but it'd be tough for me to convince dancer friends of. I mean, I have dancer friends who could dance in the background, but having people in. I don't know if it's because it's quiet in my apartment right now. I wear headphones, so they'd have to have headphones on or dancing to nothing. It'd be interesting. I don't know if penmanship is all that much of a party for other people. Whoa, that was an ugly shape. Whoopsies. Oops. Did I see the work of Sora? I don't believe so. Who's Sora? Am I supposed to know who Sora is? Am I calling you nerds? Yes. Calling myself a nerd as well. We are penmanship nerds, and there's nothing wrong with that. Uh-oh. Too far away. Caught my fingernails. Nerds. Oh, got you. I am not a huge AI person. I'm not a big fan of AI art and whatnot. I don't want to knock anybody who does AI art. It's nothing against the people who do it. I just personally am not a very big fan. I like the idea of AI as an inspiration builder. I will admit, I've used it for certain things to get inspiration for things if I'm having trouble coming up with a vision or something, for something I'm trying to create. I will use that, but I don't like it for finished works because of the artists. The same reason any artist doesn't like it. The artist not getting paid for their work being used. But I haven't been keeping up. Is that the new video one? I know there was one that's video AI is the new thing. Cute, Shaq. And what was your answer? Is your dream to be a master penmanshipper? I like penmanshipper, that's good. Penmanshipper. I really think it can be good for inspiration. Like I found it's really no different than like a Pinterest or something like that. If you need to scroll through something just to get like juices flowing or to get something on a page, then that makes sense. I wish there was some way that it could be governed, or its source material. Like right now, it's just sort of sourcing the entire internet, which I dislike. But if its source material was governed in such a way where that was like a trackable thing, and that Sora had a paid license for the material that they were sourcing, then 1000% I would want to use it more. But until that happens, and I don't know that it ever will. Ooh, ugly stem. It's cheating, though. Yeah, but it's being trained on material that it didn't pay for. It didn't pay to use that material. It's not a person taking something for inspiration. It's legitimately copying things that exist. It's different than if I look at a painting and then I paint something else. it's a different thing. AI is not a human that is taking inspiration. AI is taking and copying, tweaking based on things that it took and copied from other people. I just think I have morality issues with it. Again, I don't knock anybody for using it. I think there are a lot of use cases outside of the art world where things aren't like you don't need a license for a lot of things. So, like, I mean, coding could potentially be one of them. And things like that. There are applications where it's very helpful, very useful, very smart, and very great. But there are just others where I think there's some... We're walking a fine morality line here or there. So I'm just not a fan. I do not do flora and fauna flourishes, really. I just basically do oval flourishes. I should one day learn how to do some other pictorial-esque flourishing and offhand flourishing and whatnot, but it's not something I've spent enough time doing to say that I can do it. They did. That is true. I want to learn to flourish dragons, but not like I know Zaner did it. There's dragons that I've seen in the past. I think I've said this on a live before as well. I haven't put in the time to be able to do it, but I want to flourish dragons like we flourish birds, because for some reason I don't like flourishing birds. And it's not the flourishing birds, it's just the idea of flourishing birds. I think they look beautiful. I like seeing them, having them. But every time I flourish a bird, I don't flourish birds very often. Every time I sit down to do that style of flourishing, my brain says, I would rather do letters. But if I could learn to flourish a bird that looked like a dragon, that could be different. Oh, interesting. When I press down, my fingertips are like... My fingernails glow pink a little bit. When I press down, they glow. I'm like Avatar. When I get white knuckles, my skin glows. Wait, that's... So if I'm writing, and you see my fingernail glow, it tells you I'm gripping my pen too hard. Avatar penmanship. Oof, that wasn't very smooth. Dragons would be cool. What I'll need to do is learn to flourish birds and then tweak them into dragons eventually. There are thousands. You are correct, James. But it became popular. I think the swans look really cool. I wonder if, because, I mean, we call it the Dennis Swan. I wonder if he was actually the first one to do that variation of Boyd. Oh, why couldn't that have been there? That's such a nicer shape than that one. Oh well. New page. We need peacock. I want to say I've seen a peacock before, but I can't think of where. I think people have also used peacocks for, you know, when like oval drills and they'll turn those into art. Turkey's the most common one, but I feel like I've seen peacocks as well. Oh, these lines are very light. I can't really see them. Basically unlined paper today. Jake does peacocks, that's true. Yeah, I think my smartest course of action would be to learn to flourish a bird and then tweak that idea to make it into a dragon. That's a weird F. True. I think his peacocks were a while ago. I guess my channel is not specific enough for it to target ads. Or I guess no, it's targeting ads for you. So what are you looking up on YouTube that's getting you these weird ads? Oh, just wait. Is the question. think I gotta do another, like a short story or something stream, like when we did, Little Red Riding Hood. Alice in Wonderland's too long. What's another good, like, Little Red Riding Hood-esque story? I need another story time stream, I think. Now let me guess, all you see is sexy lady carpenters. Ooh, the Raven. Nevermore. I gotta see how long that one is. That could be fun. That's a good suggestion. Ooh. Okay, so I gotta learn to flourish birds then. First. I don't know how to flourish birds, Mom. I've never, well, I have done a couple, but not very many. I don't flourish very often. In that way. I could do a Shakespeare. I never did a lot of Shakespeare in school, so admittedly, unfortunately, I don't know a ton of Shakespeare. Aren't a lot of them really long? The fun English words it would be fun playing with English, with Shakespeare. I agree with that completely. I didn't know there were that many sexy lady carpenters on YouTube. Who knew? That's true. Just do a couple, an act or two. Because I'd like to do it in one of the journals again. I think when I get home from my dance competition tour in May, I want to do... I haven't done a giveaway in a while, so I want to do some form of giveaway thing, extravaganza around that time. Around my birthday. I think. So I gotta try to get my ducks in a row so I can plan it before / while I'm on tour. I wish that was smoother. Why wasn't that smooth? Yeah, like that. Tweak the algorithm. Is that the 2024 version of Hack the Planet? Oof, rough cake. I think this... Oof, I'm not writing on a straight line at all right now. A capital B, you gotta check. You got it. I should make a bot on the on the Discord in the Creatrium called Lurker James. No more bots. I don't know what I did to stop them from coming in. Or if YouTube fixed something. Because I had set up all sort of the blockers that were supposed to block them, and they still were finding ways to get in the chat. But then one day they just stopped. Thank goodness. B. A little of a... I pressed a little too soon. Going into my shade. Are you our bot now? Polished and assembled. No selling things in the chat. I did a B that was really weird the other day. I did it last week as well on stream, but I can't remember how it went now. How did it go? Oh yeah, like this. I don't know if I can do it good though. Something like that. But it should look cleaner than that. But it's an interesting idea. That's a very... It's got a very round bottom. I was gonna write bottom and then I wrote two O's by accident, so it turned into booty. So it's a booty bee. Hello, Warren. Long time no see. How about a bee that looks like a bunny? I don't know how to do a bee that looks like a bunny. That's a sign to twerk. Because that I wrote booty? I don't think so. Twerking's not gonna happen, Otis. You know this already. This is a no twerking zone. For me, anyways. You guys can tweak all you want. No twerking. Never lose hope. You can keep trying. I'm not gonna tell you to stop trying. You can keep trying. Oof. Yikes. Don't make me AI twerk. Well, no, in my dance life, I don't twerk either. It's not my jam. I don't know where these words are coming from today. Random, warmish. Have I tried Dong A 0.3? Want your opinion on them? I don't know what Dong A 0.3 is, Warren. You're gonna have to tell me what that is. Dong A 0.3. Is that a nib? Or a pen? Oh, similar to the High-Tech C, or the High-Tech 0.3. I like the High-Tech pens, but I've never tried the Dong A 0.3. I will have to give it a shot. I will make a note of it, and I will Google it to try it, to see if I can find one. There we go. A Korean take on a High-Tech. Cool. I mean, I love a fine pen, so if it's fine enough, there's a good chance I'll like it. Google it, James. Google it. That's good to know. Thank you for the suggestion, Warren. I will look into it. I'm intrigued. I do not own a TWSBI. I don't have a TWSBI pen. I know most people entry-level pens are the TWSBI and the Lamy and the TWSBI. I don't own, excuse me, I don't own either. For no real reason, other than I've just never been super inspired to purchase one. My only issue with the High-Tech C is as they get sort of older, or as I use them, the tip starts to get like an inconsistent, leak is the wrong word, but it starts to get little blobs. Only on the, whichever was the smallest one that they had. 0. Was that the 0.3 millimeter? I can't remember. I just remember having flow issues where it was almost like it was leaking. .25. I love that. There's no such thing as too fine, so I will take a hyperfine. Ooh, don't do that, Ojaswini. You gotta clean them out if you're not gonna use them, or they'll die. You don't want that ink to get all dry and rough inside. Only leave your inks or your pens inked up if you're gonna be using them. It's a good sort of habit to get into. Alright, everybody. It is 2 minutes to 1 o'clock in the morning. I have a long day tomorrow. I'm having a lot of fun. I could probably sit here and keep writing for another hour or two, but I cannot do that because it has been a number of hours and I have to go to bed. It is sleep time, I have to work, and I have to teach, and lots of things to do tomorrow. Don't go. Don't go. I have to go. I have to be responsible. Yeah, we all need sleep. I mean, many of you, it's not nighttime, but what is pink that's glowing back there? What is... No, it's over here. Oh, it's just my paper. It's like nothing in my background glows. What is that? I want to try to... I've been trying to find some glowing plants to put behind me during my live streams, but no success yet. There's a new glow-in-the-dark flower that has been trending recently that I'm gonna look into. But anyways, thank you very much for hanging out with me today, everybody. This was a really fun one. Huge thank you to the chat, to everybody for just being so engaged and so fun and so chatty this entire day. This has been a good one. Again, welcome to everybody who found their way to my channel from Rajiv and I's video. Welcome here. If you want to dive into, there's thousands, I guess, or hundreds and hundreds of hours of late night live footage now. If you want to dive back into that archive, feel free. Everybody, make sure that you are falling in love with this process, and don't forget that life should be just a bit of silliness, really. Bye bye, everybody. See you next one. And end.